So think of Ocarina of Time. And about the only Ocarina of Time is uh, that it would be three dungeons, like lesser dungeons, kind of like, what's it? The woods, the mountain, the water, and then a climax or pivot point in the story, and then five, kind of like the medallions, different things. And then that's essentially the base game. The hidden, like, if you do everything 100% stuff, would be more Diablo-ish. And it goes into like the Uber Diablo thing, in which after the like five medallions dungeons, you can learn about some of the in-game stuff of like basically getting the three keys instead of key sets. You just need the three keys, so to speak. So there's three more like post in-game areas, and once you beat those, that gives you the key set to go to, or instead of a key set, it's basically just the organ set, so to speak, and then to the Ubers, in which you would fight the Ubers. And then I had one last thing after that, the most secret thing, because essentially fighting the Ubers would have been the end game. The actual secret, 201% or whatever, is you enter the end portal and you fight Steve. Endwalker Steve. I would just trick him out with a bunch of Minecraft themed stuff. He'd have like the fishing rod, he'd use ender pearls. If he was falling, he would do like the water bucket shit. I could even give him like, he could put on leather boots and just grab snow buckets and just fly up into the air. But no, he'd probably have an elytra. I'd just do the elytra. But I'd have quirky little things like that to where he does silly stuff like that too. If the fight goes long enough, yeah, they're technically in his loop, his move pool, but they're just. But yeah, that'd be funny. He'd have like a bow and a firework crossbow kind of thing, stuff like that. He'd be super hard. But the idea is you're going through Minecraft and all the lore encompassing all the stuff, and basically tethering it all into like an Ocarina of Time style. That you keep getting deeper and deeper into the history, and eventually you catch up to where Steve got to, and then Steve fights you because he's on a like he's always looking for the next thing to do, or so to speak, or the next thing to conquer, ladder to climb, so to speak, the next achievement. Power hungry completionism. And Green Steve's supposed to represent the simplicity of like no objective, just neutrality, sitting, the world passes around it, and eventually it even comes in contact with something that's pursued so long and gone so far that it even brings that to an end with such simple neutrality and just planner tranquility. It brings it all back to yada yada. So yeah, it'd be fun if I knew how to do more like good stuff. I'd be able to like make an actual boss mob thing, like add mobs, and make actual Ender Steve, Endwalker Steve. That's kind of why I've been hesitant on it because I don't know enough of it yet, and I work too damn much. Gotta pay to live, you know the feel. But aside from that, I'd like to set up some of this stuff. But I wanted to check this world because it actually looked really cool. I was looking at a seed when I was about to create the new hardcore map reset, but it looked beautiful. And I was like, this would be great for The Legend of Green Steve. And it already looks great. Within iShot, there's all kinds of little things that I could work with into these, turn these into mini dungeons, kind of like A Link to the Past, where there's just everything is something, it's just explore it. And I wanted to do something kind of like A Link to the Past because it's one of my favorites, in which there's almost like I would really love to do a full on kind of thing where it loads us a different dimension version of it. So like I make this every seed, like the entire seed over twice, but it's like that version and the version after. Because technically, in the beginning, you would be living in the current or the present, but the other thing would take you to the past before the shattering, which the shattering is what made I added that stuff into the lore too to try and make for the different dimensions in one of my worlds. But there was an original race that lived in the sky, in like the ether, and that's where the first race was, and nobody inhabited a world. Nothing of like human form, so to speak. It was just all animals, and then there was like corruption, and then a sin happened, and then all of like the city in the sky shatters, and basically kind of like the Zelda one where it's in the sky. I think it has the same thing, or a few of them had the same thing like this, where all the pieces kind of fall. So whatever was in the sky, like above here, you'd see broken remnants of it in here. And then if you had like but I'd love to have some kind of like item that could warp it from this all the way back to the Aether era or the beginning area of time. And then it's like the objects are gone. You see different stuff on the map. There's actually an Ether City that you can get to when you have like the Elytra or means or figure out some stuff. I wanted to make a because I was doing it kind of like the relics in that hardcore map, that bucket of nothing. I was gonna make the from where I just jumped in the lava my own cord because I was watching TV. I got to take the hardcore seriously. Um, but yeah, uh, I was gonna make the relic bucket of nothing. It's absolutely nothing. But I was gonna put it in like one of those urns. Oh, that's dope. That's sexy. I like that floating grass, especially because it's above lava area. Um, but yeah, it's like one of those. It's in the early game. It's perfectly visible. It's unbelievably treacherous. You know you can't get there, and you know it's something that you have to wait to get there until like, oh, I guess I can walk on lava because there's apparently absolutely no way I can get through that lava yet. But maybe there's something that lets me walk on lava later in the game. Kind of mindset. And when you get to it, it's just one of the relics that you need for like the end game, 100% completionist thing. But it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. And yeah, the relic's an empty bucket, and I called it bucket of nothing. All right. But yeah, this area looks pretty cool. That could turn into stuff. But what I was wanting to look at is, okay, so this is apparently north of spawn. You need to go this way and this way. Yeah, I need to go back towards spawn. So the cool spot that I saw that made me want to even look at this was over this way. And I love that pond. I can do so much with that when it comes to like some sort of Zelda kind of game. Ooh, and it has a pit in it. That could be cool. That could be like a little water breathing challenge kind of thing. It's like you could see how far you could get down in it. I know it bring people that were curious. They have to see what's in it. They have to see if there's anything good in it. Oh, that's pretty. You could have like a quest there or something. Like people huddle around it, or they think it's more substantial than it is, even though you're just making shit out of nothing. East way. I know the way. Oh, apparently there's a trial run somewhere around here too. I think it's right here in the center of this. What's that biome in it? So it's a dark forest in the center of this. So there's a tiny dark forest in the center of this. Birch. I think it's over there. Yeah, it's over here. I'm way over there now. Okay, so there's this swamp. That's apparently right here. Okay, so there should be a swamp. I don't see swamp. I just see birch. It's morning mist. I think that's the swamp. Yep. Hello, viewer. I'm looking at the terrain to see what I could do for like a Legend of Zelda kind of Ocarina of Time themed Minecraft. Think Minecraft Dungeon Z. Ooh, that's sexy. That's sexy terrain. Like that shallow beach area. That bluish turquoise tone. Getting close to it, there's this big icy mountain area that's just huge that I've been wanting to look at. So like 1,900 by 1,135. Oh, there we go. There it is. Or there it begins. Oh, yep, I could probably do something with that. Oh, I love the crystal clear waters in cold areas. It's just like glass. That's how I want glass to look. No lines, just translucent and then give it those light colors. Make glass look like that, please. All right, where's these ice spikes? 1,700. All right. It's a bunch of snowy slopes and a shit ton of grove. This is all grove. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's just shadows. I was like, why do those look like blue ice trees? That'd be really cool. I need to make this area like that. I need to make like all of this like super fucking frozen. Just turn all the trees into solid blue ice, like a crazy cold winter area. Oh, that's dope. That'd be a cool little bit to go into. Oh, nice. Here's the sexy terrain. Ooh, is it floating on top of itself, basically? Now there's some. Oh, that's sexy. Damn, that's good. Oh, fuck. Oh, this is nice. I like that. It's kind of a little lackluster, but still pretty sexy. Comes over here to this. Nice. I like how the lava's just kind of on the edge of that hill. Is it a nether portal? It is a nether portal. That explains it. I was like wondering why it was so red. Beautiful. That'll be very fun. If you would like to see, just mention. That's the seed. Screenshot it if you want to keep it. I'll hold it up for a few seconds. All right. So that's like that much of it, but then there's still more. Like this is a third of the way into it. Oh fuck. Um, okay, so this is like the top shelf area of it. That's pretty dope. Let's see what else we got this way. That was a very sexy cave. Right behind all that. Ooh, very tall mountain making there. Big old snowy slopes. Them sloppy slopes. I like the little bit of ice spikes going down the center. That's definitely cool. More caves. Oh, nice. Pit. More pits. Love that just line of ice spikes. That's just not rendering. That's not rendering. Ooh, that's a nice bowl. This will be some beautiful fucking panorama. Imagine once you get the elytra in the game, just being able to fly everywhere. Ooh, that's pretty. Oh, I love how that water is colored. Or no, that's just how the grass is colored. It's just super bright turquoise in cold areas. That could be used for some design. Oh, is that an igloo? I think that's the southest most part of it. 2.4K. Yeah, I'm basically at the end of it. It ends with a tiny village down here in the south. I think that's the one in the edge of the grove right here, so that means there's just a little bit more this way. And then it ends with a village. Damn. Insanity. It's definitely a winter wonderland on this side. Ooh, pretty. Sinkhole. Is that the village? Oh, that's another portal. I think it's right over here. Oh, there it is. Damn, that's crazy. It's all the way down here. Alright. Sorry, cats wanted food. All right. So, just go over here. Here's fine. All right. Let's do this. How do I clear all? Ah, yes, I need a lava pool. Marvelous. Oh, yeah. That looked like baby magma cubes. They do look kind of good in this dry heat with that lava. Lava Chicken Lagoon. Just have a bunch of lava pits in a dry area with chickens. And just give them little straw huts. Make it like a little chicken village. That'd be dope. I need to make that a chicken village. Or Lava Chicken Junction. It's all the chickens that escaped the lava chicken. Poor little chickies. He's okay. I'm just gonna take a bite real quick. It's delicious. Okay. I will need. Uh, they added them back to somewhere else because of the light source. With the light source blocks. No, it's not there. Where's the sea lantern? It's all the way at the top, isn't it? Where are the glowy blocks? How come I can't find the shroom lights or the there they are. Oh bastards, they're all the way down here in this little fucking three. I always do glowstone or one of those. Alright. So what's up, D-Dowd? D-Dowd. How are you doing? Okay, so inventory is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Shout you out at D Dahowd Hello. Nice to meet you. Yes, shouted. What's the crown mean? What crown? I'm unsure. Alright. I need glow. Yes, signs. Do do do. So you have 9 times 4. Gotcha. I have that here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, we can cut that off there. Alright, that's the player inventory. Kind of like in Ocarina of Time, you eventually fill up your inventory with all the things once you've collected them. So I would ultimately like to have this many things collectible by the end of the 100% completion. I just have to figure out what I could put into those and what actually gets utilized. Oh, thank you as well, Dahao. Um, Likewise. Uh, but yes, I have to figure out what I would put in it. So kind of like definitely no, we'll use the bow. I want to have the crossbow as well as an option, the mace, and the trident. So that's already a lot of weapons. I kind of want to have the player able to have both the crossbow and the bow at one time rather than have a ranged slot and swap. So I'll try to factor that in. Doop, doop. Uh, yeah, I'm off today. I'm gonna be streaming this for a minute, and then you can always catch up on what I've done. What's it on my channel? I usually keep the same naming convention so that way you can see it's the same subject matter. It'll be The Legend of Green Steve. I probably won't number them though. I usually only number them so that way if you remember one or an episode, you can remember the number and be able to recall it and go back to that one to see stuff. Take it easy, man. Alright, what else? Okay, let's start like this. You would not use blocks or fences or doors. Trap doors. do. There wouldn't be these items. What would you actually use? Um, yeah, there can be different food items. Hmm. Likewise, I have to think of how I would like to incorporate the food into the system. Because if I keep the hunger bar, um, it would be it was whether I want to do difficulties, and if I do want to do difficulties, do I want to tether them to the default Minecraft ones of peaceful, yada yada. Peace. Gotta love some coffee. 1 second. Word up, man. I don't always get to stream every day because I work a lot of hours right now, 6 days a week. But I'll play, or you can always check back on the channel if you ever want to see any of the stuff. I'm really crazy at Call of Duty. I got a bunch of old Call of Duty ones. The execution content's funny if you've ever seen the Boondocks, the Booty Warrior. I just run around with a knife and smoke grenade basically and execute the entire lobby. But I slimmed it down into basically just clip bits so that way it wasn't watching a bunch of time in between running and seeing how I got there. All right. Um, hmm. All this other stuff would be like quest items or collectibles. What would you actually use? I guess do, do, some would be like rotating slots. Um, I don't think I got sword and spear yet. I don't want to make it a choice, like keep these two in a pair of like have a broken trident or have a broken hammer. I want you to have all of them. I want you to basically feel like an overpowered character in Minecraft by the end if you could do all the stuff to where it makes you like a better Minecraft player than Steve, the Ender Steve, Endwalker Steve in the end, the final Mega Boss. Because it's like you're overtaking Steve, so to speak. You're the next one. Oopsie. Oops. I keep doing that. Oh, no. I see lanterns. There they are. Okay, that looks really good, like around the frames. I'd almost do this inside of like have it like a weird ass room that's just full of light, like a Matrix room. You take a random door, or you're doing some stuff in like the copper area and you randomly fall in there, and it's like you walk into this and everything else had been like orange or like teal green colored in the entire dungeon. Because that's essentially the third dungeon is the copper. So the first three dungeons, instead of like the forest, Kokori Woods, or Deku Tree, and the mountain, and then what's it? Jabbo Jabbo's Belly. Do 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 do. I wanted to do a coal themed, an iron themed, and a copper themed, like the three basic resources. So there's going to be like a coal mine shaft kind of thing. Uh, Dungeon is the first one. Then there's an iron one, but I wanted to have it like the coal one's basically like an entry level, like general, gets you familiar with all of the aspects of the dungeon, and it slowly progresses as it gets deeper and deeper and shows you like more advanced techniques till the ultimate like final boss area. Um, the iron one, I wanted it to be a endurance or like basically just stress test, so to speak. Think of it as a wall because it's essentially what it is. I wanted to have like out in the desert or a Badlands. Think of like a Road Warrior or like heavy metal, some shit like that. A giant iron illager that's just packed with illagers, and like even the giant beast things. But it's essentially you're fighting your way up a giant iron illager in the desert, all the way to the head where you fight the final boss. But it's not really a final boss. The boss is just the fact that it's a giant bastion of steel. There's like the Iron Bastion. It's basically just going an entire Illager uh, tower and beating them all. And why is the you know how everyone fucking hates Navi? Hey, listen. Um, think of like a fat, like slobbery kind of voice that's instigating it, almost like Cupid Me off of fucking South Park Cartman with a little Cupid Me or Cupid Ye. Just pee in your mouth, man. Fuck it. But yeah, think of that. But it's like it's a fairy instigating Green Steve, the player, um, character, to do all this stupid shit so he can prove he's a badass and people will play with him then. Think of Greed Steve as the 10-year-old random player that's always asking for people to play if he can play with them, and nobody wants to let them play. But yeah, he's like, hey, that would be pretty badass. You know what'd be really cool? You should go over to that Iron Bastion and beat all their asses. I bet you can't do it. Just shit like that, just silly. It's just like nagging you the entire time. And what gave me that thought was I could also spin it into like Majora's Mask, where there's Tattle and Tottle, how you're trying to reunite those two the entire time. Think of it like that, but it's he was the fairy that Link was gonna get because he was a reject fairy, But then Navi took his place and then became the hero of time. So then you get Dingle, Dingle the fairy. He's even less popular than Tingle because at least Tingle can do things. Tingle or Dingle just floats around and talks shit and eats all the appetizers. It would be there it is. And then the copper dungeon would be more strategic, like puzzles and stuff. I would try and incorporate like wind and like lifting things and like movement by flipping switches stuff. Just entry level like redstone and cause and effect to get through the dungeon with just tricky little things that make it like trappy. So probably the least hostile when it comes to mobs would be copper, then coal, then iron. So it'd be like 1, 2, 3 stars. And then when it comes to uh, like intricacy, like how intricate is the dungeon, it would be 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars in this level, so to speak. 3 stars here is not the same as like 3 stars in the 5 medallions. 3 stars here is like 1 or 2, or like 2 or 3 out of 5, so to speak, when it comes to like the second tier. So like the Iron Bastion should be roughly as hard as one of the moderate, average to moderate difficulty like mob medallion dungeons. So they shouldn't feel too much harder, but they all should feel difficult at this par, if not a little less than Iron Bastion when it comes to mob difficulty alone, is how I wanted to kind of like tiered. I want to kind of try and make it a playable version within like default Minecraft. So the only way I could think of that is there's minion spawners, and I guess I could incorporate the pickaxe for that. It's what you use to break the minion spawners and tie that into some sort of lore. Um, but yeah, like the different mob areas or areas would have just different mobs, and depending on the difficulty, would have more spawners or less. The way I kind of wanted to do it is one of those where it's like there's a default like amount of mobs in the area per difficulty. Like there's a skeleton here or like 3 skeletons here, like hand placed objectively that are essentially like hardcore. Uh, they live there once, so to speak, some kind of thing. What's up, creeper? You're trapped there. You'll be there for a little while. Was it Dinnerbone and what else? The other guy? Yeah. Oh, he'll be there in the game when I make it. This is the concept light version. I'll just do that one. Spider Creeper. Oops. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. From what I could think of for more themed dungeons, I've already got a iron themed with illagers, copper with wind and movement mechanics. Like now I can use the geysers, but I was gonna use like it'll give you a wind charge kind of thing or something like that. Or like using a snowball to throw it through a thing. Or that's where you get the bow is or the earliest bow is right there. And then over the game it enchants it if you do certain quests, so to speak. And it buffs your bow into a better bow. Or it's like different named bows or enchantments, so to speak. Those are always fun. Mm. Oh yes. So at this point, I was thinking of like if I want this as like my end game before the Ubers, I did coal, iron, copper. Well, what are the better resources? So, diamond themed dungeon, gold themed dungeon, and then I had decided I wanted redstone, but I would do redstone here. Is it all like the bottom? Yeah. Which is like a leveled up version of the copper dungeon. And how I wanted to do that one is I wanted to have like a bunch of different like things that you have to do in the dungeon, and it's gives you different like you'll find different redstone pieces that actually activate and do stuff, and you have to bring all of those back or basically place all of those, and once the entire everyone has been placed, it makes a complete circuit that opens up the final door. So that way, it's like all the redstone pieces are connected to open up the chamber, but you have to unlock them by going through the chamber in certain ways and opening certain passages in an order. Just making it like a Rubik's Cube, so to speak, but made out of redstone. It'll be a bitch, but I'll have to wrap my mind around it. Build backwards from the ball store, basically. Reverse engineer that shit, bitch. And then for the last two, I didn't really want an Emerald City, so to speak. I didn't know what I would do with the emeralds. But I wanted to include amethyst. But then I also, because right before I'd seen that little video on YouTube of saying that, of like Painted World of Artemis from Dark Souls. I wanted to make it something like that, some weird ass dimension that you get trapped in until you complete the dungeon. But it's like 4 out of 5, and the redstone's 5 out of 5 when it comes to complexity. That or the redstone's 4 out of 5, and the lapis is the 5 out of 5. I think is how I wanted it. Yeah, lapis is the most intricate versus the redstone one's like a 4 out of 5. But yes, these would be the medallions. I want that shit to bud. That would look cooler. I thought it was supposed to light up when it's touched. Or is that just like the redstone ore? Alright, but so how these would be themed is yes, and I know another thing ironically. Before I noticed the movie was doing I was gonna make like that ultimate mob where it's like the chicken jockey thing with the diamond armor. That was gonna be kind of like the boss, but think of like a yeah, it's just like it's a zombie themed one, but think of it as almost like a castle, and they reject the fact of like they're zombies, so it's like being like a second class citizen, so they like are very lavish and bougie, but they're led by like a little chicken jockey guy with a complex. It's a whole dungeon parody on complex, so it's a lot like the Iron Bastion, but with like diamond gear level stuff, mobs and minions. A lot of the like mobs all have like different. It's a bunch of zombies, but they have gear, so to speak. So it's real. This is probably the most deadly one out of all of these. Or no, 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 not the diamond one. The gold one. The gold one was it. And I was gonna make all of the zombies had gold stuff. But yeah, it's essentially the same thing, it's just gold thing. The diamond is essentially just a super difficult, like in game, kind of like all threes and fours. It's like three on intricacy, four on difficulty, or no, my bad, it's five on mob strength and difficulty, and then it's four on like whatever uh hazards, I guess. What would be a third criteria kind of thing? There's like dungeon complexity, there's mob density, so to speak, or general strength, like the general mob presence. Hmm. What was the third one I was factoring to? Damn. It's the third thing that I balance my dungeons off of to diversify, especially when it gets to numbers like five or seven, stuff like that. So they all have a certain level of balance while playing off the same concept. They feel different while being the same. But yeah, for the Lapis, it's definitely going to have a bunch of those weird, just status mobs or shit like that, like the slow skeletons. Um, just different silly stuff, like maybe magma cubes. I could even have the chaos cubes in there. Now that we got those, definitely put them in there because it's like think of a crazy like painted world, weird stuff. Think of the Lapis. The contents of the Lapis dungeon are completely separate from every other thing in this world. It's a completely separate entity. It has no alliance or any kind of thing with anything. It's just a complete anomaly. It's just a piece of the puzzle was hidden within it because of its sheer complexity, or just they hoped it wouldn't be found. Just throw it into the pit. Nobody will find it. Kind of mentality, mindset. So yeah, Redstone automaton kind of shifting puzzle kind of thing. What's it? Think God of War and doing the Pandora's box puzzle stuff. And I think that was in three. Yeah, all that stuff. Having to shift all the cube stuff, and it eventually builds into something like that. Just super difficult, like stereotypical in-game dungeon. Tests all your metal. It's hard in every way. It's always hard. It's a it's grueling. It's diamond level dungeon is the joke. Then the golden zombie castle, redstone. Um, what's it called? It started with an M, but it's basically something like an a giant like machine uh enigma kind of thing, like hmm, yeah, redstone machinations basically, but not machinations. That's not the right word for it. Then amethyst is also kind of just eerie and weird. It was just a naturally hazardous location that they tried to hide something in. It's also not kind of really allianced with anything. Think of a bunch of treacherous, jagged, like smushed caves, claustrophobia, but with just different amethyst spikes everywhere that you got to kind of go through. But there's just skeletons, just ranged mobs, just pain in the ass. It's probably the second hardest when it comes to difficulty, matched with at least this. And it's just, it's it's hard kind of thing. A lot of these can be trivialized if you get the right gear and you do the 100% completionist stuff, fetch quests, yada yada. But if you don't have what, come prepared, be prepared. They're gonna castrate your notes, I swear. All right, looks like it'll fit. Oopsie. And then fuck it, that'll work. Or no, that's not it. I know what it is. Where's it at? So essentially a Nether final boss dungeon where you'll fight the Ender Dragon, or not really the Ender Dragon. What's it? But yeah, the three dimensions, so to speak, outside of the overworld, the Nether, the End, and so to speak, the Skulk dimension that's coming up through the portal. I think that's what they're going to do. Is they don't want the End to have anything. They want it to be a void, how it's always been. But then they also want to be able to do all the stuff that we've been wanting, in which they're going to make this Skulk dimension, which they're going to make it a weird alien mushroom world dimension, or it can be whatever they want it to be, but it's already Skulk themed. I'm not going to enjoy it. Going to be if they do it and hype it up like they did the fucking Ancient Cities, because, oh yes, it's gonna have great loot. You get pants. Yes, it gave us Swift Sneaks, but you can give a Swift Sneak without it taking an entire fucking 2 years and all of these things and all these other several terrible updates times. At least we have the height and stuff. Yes, but still, terrible, terrible loophole in the bottom of the world. You get pants, a stupid compass that you have to get 9 shards from to destroy your chests and loot pool even further. At least you get some ice for some fucked up reason in a bunch of random suspicious stews, but who fucking cares? By the time you're in the deep dark, you could find a mushroom island or shoot a cow with lightning and feed it shit that you've bone mealed to get it suspicious stew. After slapping a tree, to get the wood, to build the cabin, to punch the cabin, to build the bowl, that eats the soup. That's the order. But you get pants. And I love Swift Sneak, but still, fuck the revive compass. Cool, you get some armor trims. Add some other cool shit to that. Quit giving us only fucking golden diamond pants. Why is there only pants? It's like, is there any other loot in here? I remember my first Ancient City I went through, I was like, I have found the entire loophole. And it is goofier than shit. It is the most just, oh, well, what would we put in here? Oh, I have no idea. I've never played a fucking video game. Oh, have you played a video game? Oh, no, man, I've never played a video game before, E. I don't know where you can eat, E. Okay, fight the Ender Dragon, fight the Warden, fight the Wither. So I think the Wither was in the Nether. Essentially, Green Steve from like the Aether story lore stuff. Green Steve's supposed to be the Warden. Steve's supposed to be the Ender Dragon. And Alex is supposed to be the Wither. And then it's like the Ubers is you fight the Ender Dragon, the Wither, and the Warden all in the starting town. So like right there, you would fight them all right there. And I usually made the first town called Lodestone, and it's like in the center or beginning of the map, and all compasses point to this, and that's for the reason it's like it's an ancient ritual site, kind of like how Tristan was, as I eventually found out. And I was like, oh, gotcha, yep, yep, oh, cool. I skipped too many cutscenes. I can imagine shit myself. I can't sit still for that. No, I can sit still for anything, but I just don't care to fucking listen to it. Sometimes it gets too cheesy. That's why I hate writing shit, because it's so damn cheesy and lame. I want to shoot myself just hearing me say it. Hearing my voice say it. Those words coming out of my mouth. Sickens me. I digress. Big old crying obsidian, kind of like melting jagged castle uh, in the nether with Alex. And then basically the end. But I can like make the dungeons wrapped around the or the crystals that you need or whatever, or just make it a straight up boss fight. There's like no dungeon. You just come in and you're fighting Steve. Think of it as like the Steves from the Ether Dimension timeline. You're trying to change the flow of time in history by beating it. So you fight this version of all of them, even a version of yourself. Kind of like Dark Link or Shadow Link. You know, it'd been really cool if they did with the Skulk. Make it like a hardcore, super rough dimension for the end game, but it's essentially your seed. It's just it changes what the blocks are into different stuff. Think of it as like the opposite world. So all passive mobs will be hostile. All hostile mobs will be passive. You could have like villages of the different mobs, and illagers are nice, but villagers are evil. It'd be really cool. They do this April Fool's fucking update shit and then fucking throw it away. I know they can do this shit. Make it too good to want to play anything else. That's how you'll get retention. And I know you don't want retention. You want recycling. You want to recycle that triple, quadruple, septuples A pricing over and over a shorter and shorter time frame. You greedy fucks. Eat a bag of baby dicks. Damn, it's good to own land. Yep. After that, you'll fight Steve. Endwalker Steve. Alright. So that's the story progression arcs. That's the player inventory. The fishing rod. Arrows. I kind of want the emerald thing, or like an emerald city, to be like me hiding, because I've always loved the Super Mario RPG and like the Great Guy Casino that's hidden in it. So like I want to do some kind of collectible, almost like the frog coins. Now that they added a golden dandelion, I can make golden dandelions. Put your ticket in, since they don't have a golden beat. Alright. That, that, that. 4. I could do something with those, and you could unlock 5 extra bottles by completing them. And instead of like the normal raid tiers, I make it something like difficult, like a challenge. And I'd almost have this summons Alex out of thin air, and she's an angry bitch. So you just all of a sudden have fucking like the Wither in the middle of wherever the fuck you just drank the bottle. And for lore's sake, I could say it's like it's one of the different Alexes from a dimension. She was just randomly ripped out of her dimension into yours, and she's like, "What the?" Fuck? And just starts shooting everything as the Wither usually does on Bedrock. Sorry, Bedrock Withers, fucking insane. What would I have that tops a solo fight with Alex on the spot? But probably the third hardest difficulty thing in the game would be Ominous Bottle 5. If you really want that last bottle, what could I do? Hmm. I could do that. What if I made Ominous Bottle 5 something you give someone, but the person that you give it to is only in a certain spot at a certain time, and if you miss it, it's unusable. So it's like the one missable, or not one of the, but a missable quest, so to speak, to add a little difficulty to it. And then on top of that, okay, so it's like when you start the game, there would be an NPC near, or at least within the first general area, and also one of the first general areas, the early game stuff, before anything's an actual threat. And I'm talking somewhere here in Dry Plains, um, is where the Ominous Bottle 5 is located. Um, but it's this would make people fucking hate me, but this would be a motherfucker of a challenge. It would be a fun for psychopaths. But then again, I've played hardcore as well. But yeah, that's the idea. Is Ominous Bottle 5 is a bottle that you can find in the very early game and give to an NPC that's only there in the very early game before like you do a certain thing. Like, and you can give him the bottle and it turns on hardcore mode. So then you would have to play the remainder of the game in hardcore mode from that point forward to get the very last bottle. And I think that's still technically harder than the final two boss challenges because it makes the game hardcore. And it's literally just for a final bottle. But I think I would make it to where you can't fight Endwalker Steve without the last bottle because you're not a true grinder until then. And then you can challenge Endwalker Steve. So I guess I would make the Endwalker Steve fights only hardcore. Only there can only be one, so to speak. Highlander shit. It's like you have to do everything to challenge Endwalker Steve. That would be fucked. And he's mean. He's designed to be fucking broken, just completely aggressive, like he's trying to just kill you nonstop. But he's got a crazy fucking arsenal of shit. You have to be like obscenely good at fucking PvP. Like even if you use cheats, it would he would still slaughter you if you're not good at like actual maneuvering and like dodging. You have to be just good at everything. It would be designed to be the pinnacle, not designed to not be completable, but to be a very high difficulty curve on every facet. Hmm. Yeah, I think I like that for that. What would be the other? Oops. What would be the other ominous bottles? So you would have to beat Alex 3 times. You'd have to beat Alex on the spot from anywhere that you summon her. Hmm. Sorry, thinking about shit. So Bad Omen 3 could be fight Alex at 4. 2 could teleport you into the top of the Iron Bastion. This would just be like a bunch of mobs, almost like a raid. But all of a sudden, it's just like a bunch of mobs spawn up around you. I can hear Dingle now. It's like, it's a bottle of concentrated evil. It's like, hey, if you drink it, then you would be concentrated evil. To incentivize the player to drink it and curse themselves with these bottles filled with demonic spirits that people are trying to get rid of because they think they're cursed and it's dangerous to have them if they break. They'll pawn them off on anyone. So just a bunch of not random mobs, but like just general mobs like skeleton zombies, creepers, shit like that. Probably gonna do explosions like no griefing explosions. So they do damage, but they don't blow anything up. Teleported to the top of the Iron Bastion. So you gotta fight your way out from the inside instead of like if you're one of those that might go and kill it progressively, like walk from the save, go kill some, walk back to the save, kill some, yada yada. Or at least not the save, but do it in increments. Heal, return. The coal mine's designed to be like you go into a cave, and then the cave eventually goes into like almost like I think it was like a 3 mini dungeons. It's like a cave dungeon where you go and go through some stuff, learn some stuff, get some stuff, and then at the very end of it, you can choose to like jump down or like you find an abandoned mine shaft, so to speak, and then you can choose to go continuing through the mine shaft. You'll find more stuff, more difficulty, yada yada stuff, and then at the end of the mine shaft, you'll find like a coal castle, so to speak. That's got all kinds of cobwebs and shit, and it's spider things. There'll be spider balls. I could make like a cave spider with like crazy size, with speed and stuff, so it's even crazier. Oh, he doesn't even need speed. He would be fucking like moving across the entire battlefield in half a frame already, being big. And like the coal castle is like, why the fuck's there a castle made out of coal in the book? It's like it's just the kind of crazy shit you never know what you might find unearthing shit. How deep does the rabbit hole go? Kind of stuff. Okey-dokey. And the ominous bottles are designed to take up some of the empty slots that the quest items, the collectibles can do. And that's the also the idea is that eventually, once you've done all the collectible stuff, your entirety of your inventory should have whatever the quest objectives left off, and you should have like the end result item for that slot. So those should sit inside of slots that are already like miscellaneous. So that'll give you 9 potions total. And you would have access to the entirety of Minecraft normal potions. I like how that looks. It's like looking into an infinium tunnel. Ugh. One thing I was wanting to do with the armor stands is have one for each gear set because there's like legendary gears, and the perk of finding them all is if you can find the armor stands, however many armor stands you find, like whether it's the iron armor stand or the copper armor stand, the netherite armor set gains all of the enchantments from the armor stands. So if you collect all the different legendary armor versions in the game and the armor stands for them, and then they're all sitting inside of your base with the armor sets on them, the final in-game armor set of Netherite has all of the buffs from all of the legendary sets active. So then you become overpowered with the final armor set. Plus, they each also have their own enchantment. And I can incorporate that with the Soul Lantern because it's the souls. The armor stands are made out of the souls of the ancient warriors that held the sets. So you know how the Ocarina of Time title screen is? Think of the Ocarina of Time title screen. Same song, same pitches and tones and all that stuff, but in the background, it's just showing Uncle Fester from Addams Family 2 in the 90s, in the beginning of the movie where he's going howling. So it's just howling to the fucking Ocarina of Time, and that's the title screen for Legend of Green Steve. Is just Uncle Fester, just a bunch of different panoramas of him just doing that, but editing the sound file to where it's using that sound file to the Ocarina of Time. That'd be great. A true parody. 1 second, breaking up some wheat. and like the reflection jumping off the water in the background. That's nice. Gotta quit watching Rick and Morty in the background and fucking break up this stuff so I can get back to moving, explaining concept. Um, but yeah, it'd be cool to have like a brew stand to where you can just pull it out and craft potions. That'll be like a super in-game thing. If y'all have ever played Ratchet and Clank, you know the plumber, the plumber alien guy that you always give a little bit of money and he basically connects a pathway that's disconnected and he's like the just like a gatekeeper. So I was gonna make the villager trade system into essentially the Illuminati, but they're evil, and think of them as a trade guild, and they're themed into one of the dungeons. All right. Soul Lantern's a light source, but it also displays secret stuff. It has like a blue light, so it's think of it like a black light, and it doesn't like get dim and light diminish. So you can get a normal lantern in the game, but it basically just has a smaller little circle around you of glow. It's got a low light radius, but the light radius flickers in and out, so to speak, like a candle going light and big, smaller, big. The Soul Lantern's a steady, larger AoE of light, but it's designed to be to illuminate a lot of stuff in almost like a bluish hue, a soul hue, and it's you'll see like written messages if you could, and that could lead you to the armor stands. That looks so weird inside of this glow screen. It almost looks like a lava sword or like a tombstone or beacon of lava or an evil thing. Looks dope. Yeah. You know what they should have made echo shards do? You travel as a sound wave. It lets you do like what I'm wanting the nether boots to do. I'm calling them skulk foot. Um, and essentially you become like the wither. You can just dig into skulk or just the ground. And what I was gonna do is I was gonna make it also change the blocks into skulk, and I could make it to where it's like while you're in skulk, you gain stuff maybe from the pants. All right. Um, do. Do I want to have 10 potions? Yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The dragon's breath. You don't get to choose the potion. It's always dragon's breath, but I'm gonna make dragon's breath do something crazy. I call it the Everflask. Make just a bunch of healing and like defense shit, and it regenerates itself. It fills itself back up over time. The fuller it gets before consumption, it can have like 3 stages. The fuller it gets, um, the more enchantments. So if you wait for it to fill all three up, then you'll get all three enchantments of 2, 2, 1, 1. I'll have these as the stuff. So instead of that, it will be the breeze rod. Think of these as like staves or wands. Shoots a fireball. So it makes you able to light things instead of the flint steel. Or I can even use torches as like a match. It's a one-time strike use. Flint steel's melee range infinite charges. Blaze rod's ranged infinite charges. And just like you can find wind charges, the ultimate in-game result would be the wind rod or breeze rod, and it shoots wind charges instead of just throwing them like it's just infinite wind charges instead of just incremental. And then the end rod, I kind of was thinking and laughing to myself, thinking it's like have it real late game, and you have to get the editor stick to get it. You could have like a little text that like "Forgive me," but I don't see the point, and it's just called the end rod, and it doesn't do anything. It's just a miscellaneous item. But if you find the editor stick, you can turn it into a joke. It's the ultimate. It can one shot Endwalker Steve. It's just like a stick you just boop him on the head with, and it's called the white saber instead of the lightsaber because it's white. It's like he's like, oh no, and it could be like a parody homage to the Star Wars kid that does the lightsaber thing and then falls over. So making it even more of like a joke game because it's like Steve got beaten in one shot by a goofy kid that falls over. Playing around with a lightsaber. My bad. This needs to be over here. The editor stick and white saber can be over here and here. And then 3 more miscellaneous items. And actually, do, 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 do. So, fill this up, not this. This is your hotbar that you get to fill up with whatever you choose from this. I'll do it that way. And then this is your armor slots. Let me keep that as a separate entity. Good, sexy, wet noises. So these three areas are for miscellaneous quest items, and they eventually end up being these. So if you do one of the ominous bottles early, you kind of lose one of your inventory slots for doing the like fetch quests, because it'll eventually take up one of these slots. Same thing for all of these. But I'll have to like work it backwards from completion, 100% backwards. Like what's the last step you would be able to do if you did like 100% flawless. This is the walkthrough. What did I get rid of from down here? The bow, the arrow, and I forget what else. I want these to be, I want to do like the mod thing, or like make it myself that these are auto-equipped, and just like when you have them in their inventory, they're a non-usable item that gives you the effects of Elytra and adds the sprite thing to the back of your armor. So then you get the wings on top of your armor. So in game you have like an enchanted trident, like in max enchanted trident. I think it was the spear down there, is what it was. Oh yeah, it's netherite. that be it? So I need to get the brewing stand back. A sol lantern. So I've got four more slots left. What would I put in them? All right. All right. The 4 bottles, the 5 optional bottles, the Dragon's Breath bottle, that makes 10 potion slots. So once you get all these, technically you don't get 10, you get 9 potion slots because those will empty. But this one will always be the Dragon's Breath, but it gives you a potion for healing devoted. That's like the best healing potion. It's better than any other one. So then you can do 9 other potions. You always have a healing potion that regenerates itself, but only this one. Yawn. I hate that everything is now darker because of night vision. Yeah. Only 10 minutes left. I do it to look under here when I was in spectator. Fishing rod. I still need the fishing rod. I'll encompass all variants of the fishing rod in that. Hmm. What would be the last item? Oh no. I have no idea where it's at, but That's the item. That's really nice. You place it in it, and you'll spawn from that location. Yep, that should be good. If I do this as the respawn thing, because I was thinking, how do I want to make this work? Because if I make that the respawn thing, instead of the Totem of Undying, I could just simply use the Vigil item model as the Golem effigy. And I can make different Golem tribes for the different Golems in the game. And as you befriend each one of them, when you use the effigy, it summons each of the golems. So eventually, you can use one item and summon a snow golem, an iron golem, and I can make copper golems do something rather than not something that would be involved with the game. If you could give them some sort of extra mechanic, I can make them like raging goblins. Iron golems are big, tanky DPS, and then snow golems are ranged, knockback. I can make them hold lit TNT when they spawn and want to attack. That could be how I do it for the copper golems. Yeah, I might make that the golem effigy. This is sets your respawn point to make hardcore a little more viable. You get this late game to have like a little Easter egg that if you have this and you've placed it and you die in hardcore, it teleports your corpse here, but it doesn't mean you spawn back alive. You just spawn your corpse there. These are like some of the slots where it's like, what the fuck is it? What fills these slots? All right. All right. That's gonna sit there forever. Oh, guess not. Figured the Nether Star would still be sitting. Son of a bitch. I guess difficulty. General difficulty level. Difficulty's not a good way to put it because I got mob density and difficulty's gauged off of these. What is it? What's the third factor I gauge difficulty off of? Mm, mm, Mm. What I'm thinking of is like the third factor would be is like retraceability. Like you come back here later to go to a place. Like how much of that's here? Oh, I know what I'm doing. Intricacy. There we go. I can't fucking ever remember it. It's I, not E. Memory loss is a bitch. What was it? Not retractable. Fucking I'll leave it at that. size of the dungeon. Son of a bitch! It's not so much the difficulty. So, like, technically, I would have the coal mines have the hardest mobs in the three different dungeons, but it's because it has the most retraceability, where it goes down eventually to the coal castle. But you might be able to complete or get the objective item, like the Corey's Emerald from earlier, like maybe the mine shaft part, rather than the coal castle. It's just there's not a lot of density. It's not compact. So technically, that would make this one. This would be 3 for the intricacy. 2 for the retrace. And 1 for the size. It's been 2 weeks. That's the other joke. The time frame between the future and the past, between the Aether and the present, would be 2 weeks. When you get with Steve, it's like the eternity that he's been locked there was like half a second. Basically, he's done everything within the 2 weeks, and he's just been sitting there for like I could make a speed run version of it if I could use a like task bot to see a decent like absolute best, then I could try and gauge from there. A good like joke saying like Steve is like I've been here for so many days out of the 2 weeks versus like how much time frame it would take for you to get there. It's like can you beat the game in a matter of hours? He's like I've been here for like 1 week and 23 hours and 23 hours. So he beat the game in an hour. He did everything in an hour, which I think I'm putting way too much in it. Just walking alone would probably be 3 to 5 hours of gameplay. I want to fill every single nook and cranny with as much bullshit as I can possible to just have just everything significant in some fucked up way. If you see it, it's part of a greater whole. Simba, you are my son, and the one true Ammonite. I kind of want to do these off of that, but I don't want to have it like only one of these being five, only one of these being four, three, two, one, etc. And having to have ones. I kind of don't really want any ones forced into. I want to just have it the way I feel the dungeon would be, but scaling off of what a three, two, or one would be in here. So like a six over here, or a 4 out of 5 would be like twice as what I calibrated as like the size of that. And size, I was also thinking for like the Enderwalker Steve being a large size is because it would encompass all of this to get to that. Somewhat making like doing all three of these dungeons and then all five of these medallions and doing the Ubers is part, it's all part of the dungeon. The Legend of Green Steve, the game, 100% completion, is the dungeon to fight the boss of Endwalker Steve. So that's why it would be like a max number size. It plays into the retraceability too. Like, how much do you come back to this? So that's why this will be like max numbers on all of them, all four. But it's just speaking in generality. Oops, shit. Alright, so mob density, eccentricacy. Oh, not intricacy is what I spelled. I was eccentricacy. Oh, yeah, it's ECC, isn't it? Eccentricacy. Eccentriastically. Oh. Oh, ecclesiastically. 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 There we go. Ecclesiasticus. Ecclesiastically. Eccentricacy. Alright, what the mob density? This will feel as mob dense as the Iron Bastion. These will feel as mob dense as the coal mines. That's gonna be just pouring zombies. Like, not every block of floor will be a zombies, but at least 73% of the blocks that a zombie can stand on, or or like floor considered, would be a zombie. It's designed to be pouring out zombies. It's like a even more eccentric version of the iron one. And the diamond's like an even more eccentric, like a cracked out version of the coal mine. The redstone is a cracked out version of the coal copper. And then these are two just kind of like weird miscellaneous dungeons that are eccentric and weird anomalies. I want this to be fucking terrifying. Like, to give you, like, just fucking nightmares. Just horrific, traumatizing. I want this to be psychologically fucking scarring kind of levels of just you want to leave, but you're trapped there. God, I wish I knew how to make some mods and stuff like this and edit the gameplay. If anyone could help be the architect. The architect. The architect. And help build my dream. I've got concept out the ass. And I can learn. Just teach me. I just haven't found any good tutorials and time of day. Architect. Imitator of the architect. Made by the Illuminati. The actual architect. Some player that was like a recluse, eccentric hermit that built crazy constructs. Only coexisting with the public to gain get stuff when needed in exchange for crazy baubles. That would revolutionize humanity. They're an eccentric. They don't want too much mob density because it's tight, tiny areas. It just feels dense, but it's actually not a lot of enemies. I want actual head count to count as density. This might feel not much more dense than this because this is so tight quarters with a few mobs, just kind of like a normal cave, like normal Minecraft RNG would be 2 out of 5. They're there, but they're not super thinned out. One is super thinned out. Almost like it's just random stray mobs getting trapped in certain areas, unable to get out through pathing. And that's why they ended up there. Two's like habited. Three's like a hostile area where they congregate. Four's almost like strong hold point, and then five's like a what's it? Crazy hazard, a do not enter, deadly, yada yada. All right, it's not very intricate. It's basically just not falling. It's a it's dealing with the ranged skeletons shooting you in tight caves and Not being able to walk through certain ways, climbing over fucking amethysts in different angles. The steel bastion's basically like a straight line. You're just going in a tower, climbing the tower. You know, there's nothing really there. Everything's open already. Coal mine has a few dead end paths that you can take, optional paths. One would be no optional paths, two would be some optional paths, but still pretty linear. Three would be you gotta might do some backtracking kind of stuff. I love the light line. All right. Next, the retraceability. How many of these pack places will you backtrack to? You will not backtrack. Would be a one. You there's nothing you can do basically everything that's involved here by going here once the first time. Sorry, yeah, right here. You do everything you can do everything from the first time you get in here. You never have to come back. Technically, you can. You can do it in increments, but you don't have to. You can 100% the dungeon and have nothing to backtrack for after completing it. Or at least you can do it in one sitting. You can pick up all of the objective items. You don't need to come back later with an item to get somewhere. That's how the retraceability works. Once you go into the painted world, so to speak, there's absolutely nothing that you have to do after you've escaped it. There's no lasting quests after leaving here. There's quests that involve it, that go in it, but specifically created from this dungeon. No. It's designed to be like you go in there and you have to 100% it to get out. These are kind of the same way, the copper and the redstone. Eccentricity is basically almost like you have to be a completionism to complete the dungeon. You don't really return to the redstone once you finished it. Two out of five. There's stuff there, but there's not much. Really gatekeep. Oopsie. You'll come back here more often for stuff. Like it's further in the tiers. Like you'll have to come back here to do something, so to speak. That will ultimately give you the thing that you need to come back here again to get the later thing. Tier thing. Or like percent progression required, so to speak. Not any percentage, it's just you have to do a specific amount of tasks to get there. Sup, bitch? Burn in hell. I'm really burning now. There's just all kinds of just crazy shit in there. It'll be a dungeon you can go in and out of and multiple times, and as you gain more equipment you'll be like, oh, maybe that I remember a certain part of the diamond dungeon looking a certain way. Can I is there anything further in there? When you start thinking back, it's like, oh, I can go through lava. Is there anything hidden around lava or in the lava? All right, and then the size of the dungeon. Size is, I guess, encompassing, like I was saying, like percent completionism, like the sheer vastness of how much you have to do to 100% that dungeon there. Uh, you need to do a fuck ton of other stuff beforehand, so technically it's all part of the dungeon, so to speak, as a greater whole. Yeah, yes. This dungeon's involved a lot in the 100% usage. It's supposed to be bigger than the coal mine. Coal mine's biggest thing you found so far. This castle should be about the same size. It's supposed to be big. That's the biggest thing you found. It's big. It feels big, but it's actually not. It's a giant kind of like cube thing. It's just it feels big because it can be long because it's eccentric. Eventually, with all the retraceability, yes, they're that big. Is the painted world the same scale as the Golden Castle? I actually wanted to have the Emerald City where you fight the chicken jockey guy, and all of the zombies have gold. Mm, It's big, but it doesn't encompass that much of the game. I don't want you to be trapped there for like what feels like back in PlayStation an entire disc of Final Fantasy VII of like one of three discs in one fucking dungeon. But yeah, it's comparable to the size of the Golden Castle and the coal mine dungeon as a whole. Also the Amethyst Ravine. All right. There's a few scattered Endermen. They have nothing to do with the Ender Dragon. It's basically fighting a boss is the dungeon. Alex is a bitch. Steve's just super strong. High mob density. One would be no mobs, but there's just a few random Endermen. Think of it like the natural Minecraft Ender Dragon fight. It's a dimension where Steve became like empowered by, and I guess like just became the dragon eventually. But it's still not like it's an imperfect form versus like Endwalker Steve, the one that's 100% completed everything. There's nothing left for him to do. Just fuck tons of undead mobs and skeletons and just crazy nonstop shit. Bunch of skulky mobs and shit like that. It's not as confusing as the Redstone dungeon. I want the Redstone dungeon more confusing than just getting through Alex's place. It's more just pure fucking mobs. It's like the leveled up version of that and that. Hmm. Mm, do I want to do it like that? Yeah, I'll just put that. Yeah, you could say mob density because it's the mob density of the entire game. Retraceability because you have to do the entire game to get there. And size because it encompasses the entire game to get there. Intricacy because you got to do hardcore mode in order to even fight him. Or retrace because you have to do every 100% the game. It encompasses the entire game, and it's every mob in the game except for him used upon a boss. So every mob in the game counts as part of the dungeon, so to speak. Retraceability. Size of the Diamond Dungeon, just harder. Less intricate, but just like way more mobs. Fuck tons of wither skeletons, skeletons in general, fucking gas shooting at you. Blazes, just nether, terrible. No real mobs, just some random endermen. Um, like natural spawn enderman density. But you start the end with the boss, but the boss is just like the beginning, and the rest of the dungeon's just a bunch of shit that you go to by adventuring out in the end after you get the gateways kind of thing. He's keeping adventurers away, yada yada. So you eventually go out to like the end islands, is why it's so vast. It's huge, so that's why it's like damn near encompassing the entire game, because it's like a fuck ton of end. It's mostly barren, but that's the idea, is a barren wasteland that has, it's finding those few remnants of anyone else that's made it that far. But yeah, that's how you get the elytras in the end, of course, and it is sadly finding it in the vast expanse of the end. And this is almost like its own dimension, but it's not as big as the that, but it's definitely bigger than the Obsidian Keep and the Diamond Dungeon. Think of this map as almost like hide and go seek. You're hiding from the Wither, or not the Wither, the fucking Warden. You basically return here to do this in the end gate, Ender Frame portal, or whatever it is, ancient gate. leather, iron, I mean copper, iron, chain, gold, diamond, nether. Technically, there wouldn't be one for the nether armor. The nether armor is worn. So chainmail technically is better. Gotcha. Surprised they did it like that. Grr. Alright, cool. Are there 6 poses? Oops. Right. All right. Some good headway. Next, I'll work on showing up the Illuminati and the Freemason. So like the plumber would be the Freemason, and if you go through his quest line of like stuff, oh snap! Oh. Then he basically gives you the stuff. But yeah, it's all the different job blocks as different vendors. Some of them are evil, some of them are on your side. Yada yada. That's right.